They've shafted us.
What's going on?
Have you seen this list? They've shafted us. The CIA, the KGB, the
FSB.
They've shafted us.
Let me see. It can't be that bad.
Not a single name on here with wet work experience. We don't even get an extraction team.
Have you talked to the backers about it?
My FSB man assumes CIA will give us some SEALs. My CIA man, of course, assumes the FSB will take care of it. We didn't even get a field man. I spent 3 weeks trying to squeeze a real field agent out of either of them. Then this morning, the CIA decided we can have this Mansour guy. You know why?
Are you sure you...
His cover was blown yesterday. He's ours if we can untie him from the chair he's strapped to in some cartel warehouse in Mexico City, getting his teeth pulled as we speak. Hell with it. We take what we can get. I'm talking to some old friends in the Federales about setting up a raid.
One field operative is not enough.
Especially not without an extraction team, it ain't.
You've got a backup.
This one, Kozlova.
Electrical engineer?
She's a technician, but she's been point on a successful op.
I don't know about this.
She has a confirmed kill, so we know she's got the stomach for it.
One thing is deep cover, but using her for wet work.
I'm sending her to Mexico with Symborski to set up eyes and ears for the raid. We'll have her snoop around a bit while she's there and see how she does. If she's a natural, we've got our second operative.
Cool. The signal is pretty strong. We should be getting a nice clean feed once the equipment is in place.
This is your first time in the field?
Uh-huh.
Don't worry, it's just surveillance. I've done this many times before.
I'm not worried.
Good. Let's get started.
Would you mind activating your Blue Force tracker?
Want to keep an eye on me?
Just in case.
Sure.
tipo rudo.
Esteban lo habría hecho hablar con un poco más de tiempo.
Al final resultó que tuvo suerte con la redada. Se libró de una muerte lenta y dolorosa.
No nos vamos a rendir tan rápido. Todavía tenemos toda la noche para sacarle información a este pinche güey.
Y ya no tenemos que mantenerlo con vida. Así es mucho más sencillo.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, doesn't sound good.
Our men won't be alive for the raid tomorrow.
Maybe if we called the cops on these guys.
They are the cops. We gotta get him out of there.
You're a technician, you're not Rambo. We're just here to put up bugs.
The circumstances have changed. Better tell everyone we're handling this.
Shit. All right. Mission Control, this is the surveillance team. Target is in imminent danger. We are going in.
Say again, team. It sounded like you said you're going in.
My tech is entering the warehouse. We are extracting the target.
Understood. Good luck.
I'm inside. There's a locked door here, with a keypad.
Is there a computer in the room?
Yes.
Then plug me in. I'll see about getting you the code.
Qué rica enchilada me voy a comer. dinero.
This looks hairy. Maybe we should just get the hell out of here?
It's a bit too late for that now. Just watch my back.
¿Cuánto más les va a tomar? Qué rica enchilada me voy a comer. El pinche Miguel no me devolvió el dinero. ¿Cuánto más les va a tomar?
Ma'am, I don't know who you are, but your timing is impeccable.
Are you alright?
Still in one piece, at least.
Can you walk?
Just about. Who the hell are you?
My name is Katya. I'm here to extract you.
CIA?
Not exactly. I'll explain when we are out of here.
Ladies first.
Hey guys, welcome back. How was the flight?
It was fine, thank you.
Long as hell. Maybe next time we can fly business class, huh?
Incredible work in Mexico, and so unexpected. We were all watching on the big screen.
Kozlova, Symborski, nicely done. Debriefing is in 15 minutes. My office.
No time to lose, I guess. Come on.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
How was Mexico?
Great weather.
Friendly people.
I'm supposed to admonish you for diverging from mission parameters and putting your lives in danger.
Mr. Gray.
However, your actions in Mexico City are exactly what this task force needs.
Yes, sir.
You assessed the situation, you took a calculated risk, and it paid off. Thanks to both of you, we are able to add Daniel Mansour to our roster as soon as he recovers from his injuries. This puts us in a much better position going forward. With that in mind, I would like to offer you both a permanent place on the field staff.
Thank you, Mr. Gray.
Sir, I'm no field man. I just do computers.
Hear me out. I know this is not how things are normally done, but what I saw in Mexico City impressed me a great deal. It seems to me you were both integral to the success of that extraction, and I'd like to see if the success is repeatable.
Couldn't have done it without you, Martin.
So, I'll stay in the van?
You'll be on overwatch, and it'll be Ms. Kozlova's boots on the ground.
What do you think?
Why not? It worked once, it'll work again.
Is that a yes?
Sounds like it.
Then welcome to the field team, Ms. Kozlova, Mr. Symborski.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You were both present during the general briefing, but now that you're going to be in the field, I want to make sure you understand the nature of our mission. There is a leak in the intelligence community, possibly more than one. Top secret information is being released about deep cover operatives, and good people are getting killed because of it. The Kingbridge Executive has been established to find the source of this leak and to put an end to it. As our field team, you'll be the spearhead of that effort. Spend the day getting the formalities out of the way and settling into your new roles. Unfortunately, we have to move fast on the lead we got from Mansour. You'll be briefed on your next operation at 5, and you fly out at 8.
Tonight?
I know we wish we all had more time to prepare, but this next one is extremely time sensitive. Like I said, we play the hand we've been dealt.
We'll be ready.
Chuj z nim.
Good luck. Come on in, Miss Kozlova. How are you doing?
I have some concerns about the way we run our operations.
I know it's unorthodox. We're in a very unusual situation here. Our mission imposes a certain time pressure on us, and we have very limited personnel.
Unorthodox is not the word I would use. I'm not a commando, and neither is Daniel. We're deep cover agents, and you're not giving us any time to establish a cover.
We're essentially writing a new doctrine. As such, I'm sure we'll run into some difficulties along the way that we'll have to solve. Do you have any specific concerns?
My main concern is local assets. It takes real time to build a network.
Right. Good that you mentioned it. Sarah and I have been assembling a database of freelancers and low-tier agents that we've worked with in the past. People we can trust. Instead of trying to build a local network in each location where you'll deploy, which, as you say, takes more time than we can afford, we'll hire some of these agents to go in and make the necessary preparations ahead of time.
How long ahead of time?
As soon as we know where the next target is, we'll start setting things up.
But not in Copenhagen.
As I said before, nobody is happy about the time frame of this mission, but we have to beat the local authorities. We're working hard to get assets set up in the area, calling in people from Germany and Sweden.
Will they make it?
It looks like we'll have options, yeah.
Had a chance to talk to Daniel yet?
No, he's in the hospital. For a couple of weeks, I think.
Me neither. Does it seem like a bad move to you, recruiting him just like that?
Why?
Don't get me wrong, I'm happy we saved his bacon. And thanks for taking the initiative on that one, by the way. Nobody deserves whatever those bastards were about to do to him. There's just something shady about that whole situation to me. Maybe it's nothing. I just wouldn't trust him so easily.
He's a CIA man.
That doesn't mean anything. He could still be a plant or something. What if he reports back to his old handler? If CIA upper management ever found out what's going on here, we are all done.
You're being paranoid.
Am I?
And in any case, we need a proper field man.
You and I did just fine in Mexico. Better than some fast talker in a cheap suit.
If you're worried you'll be partnered up with him, you can relax. I think Josiah has more of a solo role in mind for him.
I think this is all just too damn convenient.
We'll keep an eye on him.
Do you have those transaction records from Luxembourg? Miss Kozlova, I suppose I should congratulate you on your promotion.
That would make sense.
I mean no disrespect, but are you sure you're ready for this?
For this conversation?
I've read your file. I know about your work against Black Sickle, but our mission is altogether very different. You'll not be spying on friends. This will be smash and grab work. You'll be dealing with well-trained security people.
Cut the bullshit, please.
All right. I just don't think you're the right person for the job. This is commando work. You're a technician. You haven't trained for this.
You think you know everything about me because you read my file? You saw me in Mexico.
Mexico City was great work. We were all impressed by the initiative you and Martin showed. But those people were just thugs. Your next operations are going to require a lot more finesse.
It won't be a problem. I understand what's at stake.
Good. I hope you pull it off. Is there anything I can help you with?
I'd like to brush up on the mission of the Kingbridge Executive. Can you run me through the background brief again?
Of course. What would you like to talk about?
Who were the victims of the leaks we are investigating?
7 intelligence officers have died this year, not including Absalom. Our backers believe their deaths are related, so we're acting on that assumption until we find evidence to the contrary. So far, the pattern looks clear. They were all veterans of the Cold War. They were all still in active service, and as far as everyone knew up to their deaths, all their covers were solid.
Was Daniel's incident related to a mandate?
It follows the same pattern. By all accounts, his cover was secure. He doesn't seem to have made any mistakes. One day, they just took him to the basement.
I don't know. That seems a little weak.
We're seeing clear connections to some of the other deaths, particularly De Niro and Videnina. The only thing that points in the other direction is that he's a bit wet behind the ears. All our other victims have been veterans.
How do we know their deaths were related?
We're not sure about all of them, but the murder board shows the connections we've established. Some of them died within days of each other, and nobody knows how they were compromised. It all points to a leak of some sort.
Walk me through the list?
All right, chronologically. Pyotr Kiselov, Russian SVR, was executed by gunshot on February 24th. We believe the Chechens did it, but it may have been Mujahideen. As far as we know, nobody even knew he was there. Alexander De Niro, CIA, was working in Colombian drug production. He was found beheaded behind his hotel on March 14th, probably by the Norte del Valle cartel, but it may also have been FARC. Enrique Pasqua, CIA veteran, now Interpol, apparently drove his car off a cliff with his whole family in it, but he was probably pushed. He was working against ETA, the Basque separatists, so they're an obvious suspect. Further, he died 3 days after De Niro, and we know ETA has connections to FARC. Do you want me to go on?
Sure.
Julia Hughes and Dmitry Lashilov died 2 days apart in April, in the Middle East. Mrs. Hughes was investigating nuclear proliferation for the CIA. Lashilov was spying on Iran for SVR. We're suspecting Pakistani and ISI or Iran's Vivak in both cases. Hughes fell to her death from a room on the 16th floor of a hotel in Doha, Qatar. Lashilov died of asphyxia. We haven't had access to the autopsy, of course, but it sounds like he was poisoned with strychnine. Maria Vedenina died June 11th in St. Petersburg. She was deep cover for FSB inside the Grekov gang. Stabbed 9 times in the chest, then had her throat slit.
Jesus.
And last, Chen Wing-Yan, CIA. We're not sure about him. It's been difficult to establish connections to the other deaths. He was spying on the Chinese authorities in Hong Kong, but we think one of the triads may have killed him. He was strangled to death.
And now this Absalom guy. That's a lot of dead people.
It's not an uplifting topic, I know. Was there anything else?
I'll talk to you later.
Right, I should get back to work.
А, Екатерина Ильинична. А я как раз гадал, когда же вы ко мне заглянете.
Можно просто Катя, майор Цибулька.
Тогда и я для вас просто Радко. До вашего повышения нас не представили друг другу должным образом. Но теперь, когда вы работаете в фоле, мы наверняка будем встречаться довольно часто.
Вы будете выдавать мне снаряжение, верно?
Ничего строго регламентированного. У нас нет доступа к официальным каналам снабжения, так что формально у группы Кингбридж нет для вас оснащения.
Надеюсь, есть какое-нибудь «но»?
Но я воспользуюсь своими связями, чтобы раздобыть для вас кое-какое оружие и прочие безделушки. Наш начальник выделяет мне скромный бюджет на самое необходимое. Но когда ты вынужден покупать у контрабандистов и террористов, все обходится несколько дороже.
Я готова довольствоваться тем, что есть.
Прекрасный подход. Впрочем, вы сами сможете помочь мне расширить ассортимент.
Организовать сбор пожертвований?
Просто подмечать ценные для разведки сведения, когда работаете в поле. Ценные не столько для нас, сколько для потенциальных третьих сторон. У меня хватает контактов на черном рынке.
Радко, а ведь вы и вправду живете восточноевропейскими стереотипами.
Поэтому я здесь. Несите мне все, что раскопаете. Разведданные, торговые секреты, материалы для шантажа. А я найду покупателей и пополню фонды оплаты снаряжения. Для ваших же полевых операций. Чем больше сведений мы продаем, тем выше доверие клиентов. И тем проще нам добраться до новых сведений.
Хорошо. Что вы можете предложить прямо сейчас?
Познакомьтесь. СР-1 «Вектор». Стандартное личное оружие ФСБ. В комплекте, разумеется, есть глушитель, и на выбор круглые или обтекаемые пули. Очень неплохой пистолет, хотя в поле будет трудно разжиться для него патронами.
Ну уж если у меня кончатся патроны, то, скорее всего, неприятности слишком велики, чтобы выпутаться из них с помощью стрельбы.
Еще у меня тут в запасах есть ящик с американскими осколочными гранатами и несколько стандартных светошумовых гранат. За неимением лучшего сгодятся, когда нужно кого-то отвлечь.
Вы отлично говорите по-русски.
Пожалуй, лучше, чем по-чешски. Я русский уже дольше, чем был чехом. Полагаю, вас и на свете не было, когда я перешел на русский.
Я читала ваше досье.
Ха. Может быть, я когда-нибудь расскажу вам кое-что из того, чего в досье нет. Но не сегодня.
Спасибо. Увидимся перед моим следующим заданием.
Хорошо. Я сообщу вам, если мне удастся наладить новые каналы поставок. That reminds me. I was part of KGB operation to blackmail Indonesian President Sukarno. Huh? Ever heard of that?
Sounds familiar, but I can't recall the specifics.
Most funny thing I've ever experienced. We set up classic honey trap. No expense spared. We sent several young women disguised as flight attendants. And we got it all on tape, of course.
Of course.
And then we invited him into movie theater, start playing the video, and we expect him to be frightened, yes? We think he would agree to do anything we tell him, so we don't release the video.
But he didn't?
He loved it. He thought it was gift from Soviet government. He asked for more copies to bring home so he could show it in movie theaters in Indonesia.
I don't believe it.
Believe it! I was there. We were so confused. We had no idea what to do. He thought his people would be impressed for having sex with Russian girls.
Incredible.
Hey, Miss Kozlova, you are an electrical engineer, right?
Yes.
Yes, because you electrify me.
Oh God, why?
know what's missing here?
Enlighten me.
Piranhas.
Holy shit, yeah, and like a trapdoor?
Exactly.
First things first. Owing to our unexpectedly swift resolution to Mexico City, we now have a field team. Mr. Mansour will be our singleton, and I've instated Katya and Martin as an operational unit.
That'll have to do.
Unfortunately, there's no time to rest. CIA lost a man in Copenhagen last night. He and Mansour were working on the same operation, and that connection is too strong to be a coincidence. We have to strike while the iron is hot. His code name was Absalon. He was a knock agent embedded in the Danish parliament as a government official. At 18:30 last night, the local spy shop tried to apprehend him, and apparently he started shooting. The Danes returned fire and he was killed. Details are thin on the ground so far. Nobody knows why the Danes tried to grab him or why he fought back. We're going to put the field team on a plane to Copenhagen in 3 hours, and the op itself needs to go down this evening. I know it's not ideal to go in with so little time to prepare, but our best hope is to search Absalon's office in the Parliament building before Danish intelligence strips it clean.
Isn't this the kind of thing Mansour should handle?
Mr. Mansour is fresh out of the torture chamber. He will need a few days to recover.
Walk us through the plan.
Our best bet for insertion is the Copenhagen channel. At the moment, the bank is a construction site. You can move through the mess to get past the police barriers. That'll already put you inside the perimeter, which makes things a lot easier. Through the library garden, you'll reach the main entrance to the palace. There's a metal detector, so you may have to ditch your weapon.
I can probably take care of that.
Once you're inside, find Absalon's office. Search for anything that might connect his death to our mission, and return to the channel for extraction.
Let's say I want to keep things friendly. Can you get me a pretext this quickly?
We have some ideas, but your cover will be a bit flimsy.
It would be easier if you spoke Danish.
We can probably get you past the outer perimeter. If Martin can get into the security server and disconnect the door alarms, then you pose as a SecuCorp technician who's been called to fix them.
What if they phone SecuCorp to verify?
Your name and the dispatch will be on file, and that's usually enough for this type of blag. Of course, if they dig deeper, you'll be in trouble. That's what makes it flimsy.
It also won't get you into the Parliament building itself, but it'll justify your presence within the security perimeter.
That's still a lot less trouble than playing hide-and-seek with the police.
Exactly.
No time to waste, then. We'll work out the rest of the details on the plane.
One last thing. You're in the big leagues now. No more real names on the radio. Kozlova, your call sign is Whisper. Symborski, your Condor. The rest of us back here at Mission Control are Castle. Needless to say, if you get caught, no one will come for you. Hope for the best, plan for the worst. Good luck.
Condor, I'm in position.
Testing 1, 2. Do you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Everything's looking good on my end. How are you doing?
Scared shitless.
Do you need a minute?
I'm ready.
Castle, Whisper is live.
Copy, Condor. You have a green light. Good luck.
Looks like there's more cover in the pit, but the patrols are a bit tighter. It's your call.
It's a beautiful night out here. I smell chimney smoke. How is the van?
Sweaty.
Condor, we have a target of opportunity for you. A local asset reports that the Police Intelligence Service has set up a mobile command post on the other side of the library. If the tactical situation allows, searching the computer equipment at the post could yield valuable intel.
Understood, Castle. We'll keep it in mind.
I like the look.
Yeah, but seriously though.
Let's say things go a bit wrong and suddenly I need to leave very quickly. I'm wearing sneakers and a hoodie. All I need to do is pop on the headphones and I'm just somewhere else. out for a run.
You're also wearing jeans.
Close enough.
Jeg har fundet et lig! Skyd! Skyd! Vi har en nede! Der ligger nogen her! Hvem i helvede satte en sten i klemme i døren?
Det ved jeg ikke. Hvad er problemet?
Vi er i højeste beredskab jo. Sikkerheden skal være upåklagelig.
Tror du, KGB kommer og sniger et hold spioner ind, når jeg vender ryggen til?
Sørg for, at det ikke sker igen, okay? Ellers får inspektøren det at vide.
Ja. Kæft, det er koldt i aften.
I'm inside. How does it look?
Watch out for those metal detectors. Your objective is upstairs and to the right, at the far end of the offices.
Vi har en nede! Der ligger nogen her. Åh nej, der ligger nogen her. Jeg har fundet et lig.
This is the place. See if our man's case report is still here.
I have the file.
Castle, Whisper has the file. We'll make our way back to Exfil.
Heads up, Condor. A police intelligence team just pulled up to the main entrance. They'll be heading towards Absalon's office.
Short.
Understood. We'll be careful.
Skyld! Skyld!
at dække regne.
Shit, hun har en pistol! Er det overstået? Forsvandt de?
Good work, both of you. We're glad to have you both back in one piece.
Those officers you killed...
Not now.
When will we know if the lead paid off?
It's already paying off. Absalom was trying to map a large network of financial accounts and transactions. He was starting to see a pattern, but he never managed to work it out. Our analysts started tracing his steps as soon as you sent the files. With their expertise and their connections, we'll find out where the money is going.
Not bad for our first real operation, huh?
I would have preferred a slightly more subtle approach, but you got the job done. And there'll be plenty more opportunities to improve your approach in the future.
We'll be more careful next time.
I wouldn't have promoted you to fieldwork if I didn't believe that. When you have a chance, don't forget to swing by Mr. Mansour's office. He was released from the hospital 2 days ago, and he's just getting settled in.
I will. I want to see how well those wounds have healed.
Did you want to see me about something?
You have no problem with the dead police in Copenhagen.
It's always regrettable when bystanders get in the way of an operation, of course. But it's the cost of doing business. Though these are still early days for the mission, we must assume our adversary has eyes and ears everywhere. The loss of an innocent life is preferable to a surviving witness.
I will try to avoid putting anyone in harm's way.
That's all anyone can ask of you.
Чем могу помочь сегодня?
Просто забежала узнать, не появилось ли для меня чего-нибудь нового.
Возможно, я наконец-то смогу порадовать вас чем-то более пригодным. Этот МП-5К именно то, что нужно в наши дни для мокрого дела.
Радко, я же не на войну собираюсь. Я просто проникаю тайком в офисные здания.
Душа моя, в ходе своего последнего задания вы вырубили столько народу, что заслужили бы почетную грамоту ГРУ.
Что ж, разве это не означает, что и мой пистолет более чем пригоден?
1-0 в вашу пользу.
Can't make head or tails of this control suite.
You can't read Russian?
Everything in this interface is some obscure abbreviation.
I'll ask Radko if he can procure a manual.
How the bloody hell could you kill those people?
I was cornered.
They were just police officers, just doing their job. They probably had families.
Those people I killed in Mexico were cops too.
Well, that's different. Those people were working for the cartels.
Should I have given myself up for arrest?
Yes. Spies get caught all the time. We could have gotten you out.
Don't be stupid. We don't have that kind of support. If any of us gets caught, there's no government to claim us.
Maybe not, but that still doesn't mean...
How many more spies would die if I were held and tried for trespassing or burglary or accessory to murder?
Well,
you don't get to play armchair spy, Sarah. It's easy to play it cool when you're sitting back here in a nice office chair with no firearms trained at your head.
Was there really no other way? Did you have to kill those officers?
I don't know, and neither do you. Do you have a minute?
Of course.
I need your help to bug this place.
What? Why?
I'd just like to know what's going on.
What do you need?
Security does a full bug sweep every Friday. I need you to crack their software and put my equipment on the whitelist.
Easy enough. Is that it?
Thank you, Martin. That's all.
Hey.
Da?
This isn't some FSB thing, is it?
It's just me. I'll give you access to the feed as well, all right?
Sure. Cool.
You guys are not messing around. This is a very impressive compound.
I'm told it used to be a Navy installation during the First Great War. Josiah is renting it from a secure storage company. Where did they put you up?
The Green Crescent Hotel.
Sounds fancy.
It's a dump, but it beats living in a clay hut in rural Pakistan. And of course, as a business consultant hired by the Iridani Group, I'm used to makeshift accommodations. Where are you staying?
They found me a sublease in Famagusta. Martin is in the same town, so we carpooled.
Listen, I want to thank you for saving my ass back in Mexico. If it weren't for you and that hacker guy...
Martin.
Right. If it weren't for you, my smile would be a whole lot less charming right now. My amigos were bringing out the pliers. It was gonna get ugly.
You would have done the same.
I would for sure. But that's what I was trained for. You didn't have to go in for me.
Well, I'm sure you'll be a good addition to the team.
I get the feeling you're the favorite around here. But hey, between you and me, we'll find these guys and put a stop to the leaks.
Another crash? I swear to God, DARPA needs to hire some competent programmers.
Have you tried turning it off and following the lead?
Heaven must be missing an angel.
The only way this can possibly end is with me punching you.
Mansoor handed me my ass at pool yesterday.
Yes, Yanis told me. Said you got crushed.
He was pretending to be bad at first, then he took me for $500.
Maybe that'll teach you not to play for money.
Те запалы. Они в отделе Е F?
Почему бы самой не заглянуть в список?
Проще тебя спросить.
Отдел F.
All done. Patched it through to both our offices. Are you getting a signal?
Yep, looks good. I don't know what you hope to get from this, though.
I hope to get nothing. But trusting people has bit me in the ass before, so now I like to play it safe. Thanks for your help, Martin.
Yeah, sure.
All right, everyone. Before we begin the briefing, I'd just like to thank you all for your work you've put in over the past couple of weeks. It's been a rough start, but it feels like we've all begun to set aside our differences and get into the swing of things. Keep up the good work. Now, I'll let Sarah explain what the analysis department has discovered since Copenhagen, and then I'll get into the details of this next operation.
Right. Well, thanks to the efforts of our field team, we've had full access to the data compiled by Absalom in the months leading up to his death. Absalom was charting the monetary flow from the pan-European and the South American drug trade. He managed to get quite close to identifying a single common destination for this money. But of course, he was not an analyst. We managed to finish what he started. We've traced the accounts to a London-based financial company called Catalyst Investment Group.
How much money are we talking about?
On the order of hundreds of millions of dollars.
What's it all for?
It's clearly some sort of money laundering scheme. Catalyst is a black hole into which a staggering amount of capital is disappearing. It must be coming out somewhere else. But we can't see past the event horizon, to maintain the metaphor.
I see where this is going.
Yes. Of course, we need to get inside Catalyst. We need to get a hold of their files, both physical and digital, so we can trace the movement of the drug money through the organization and identify the recipients.
Hold the phone. How does this relate to our mission?
This money laundering scheme is the best lead we've got. The betrayal of Absalom fits the pattern of our leaks. For now, we're assuming that whoever was responsible for our leaks also sold out Absalom and Mr. Mansour. At the same time, it's clear that this scheme is at the heart of Absalom's death. Absalom and Mansour were investigating different parts of the same criminal operation, and they were both getting very close indeed. We conclude that they were sold out in order to impede the investigation.
How can we know that?
The cash flow stopped shortly after Absalom died. The operation is probably being restructured, while the CIA is scrambling to establish new NOC agents. It's not conclusive evidence, but it's enough to act on.
Thank you, Sarah. I've chosen to send Ms. Kozlova and Mr. Symborski to London, while Mr. Mansour will track down Absalom's German contact and connect with his network in Central Europe.
We're going to London?
It's an accounting office. We'll be fine.
Our pretext should get you through the front door without any trouble. You have two pairs of objectives. One, our sources indicate that the chief internal auditor should have the records of which files we need. Search his office. Then search the physical archive in the basement. Two, the server room is on the 3rd floor. But first, you'll need to secure a decryption key from the IT office.
I can get into the IT computers remotely. We don't need to get Kat in there.
What's the pretext?
You're on the cleaning crew. That should get you past the lobby and let you roam the hallways. If you need to search the offices, you'll still have to keep a low profile. The main problem is getting past the archive guard. The only way into the archive is past a permanently staffed security desk. You may have to get your hands dirty at that point. Unless Mr. Symborski can find a pressure point for whoever's on duty when you arrive.
How's the security?
Handled by a contractor called Safeguard, one of the few private firms licensed to carry lethal weaponry in the UK. They're one step above mall cops, but don't underestimate them.
No time to waste.
You'll leave tomorrow morning. Make sure you're ready for any eventuality. Good luck.
I'm in the lobby. Security looks light. Are you ready?
I'm hooked into the network and ready to go. Stay frosty.
Frosty?
Be careful.
Oh, I will.
Aren't you new?
Started last week.
Cleaning supplies are on the second floor. Remember, you're not allowed in the offices unescorted.
I know. Thank you.
Have a nice evening.
All right, Whisper. You're heading towards the archive. We won't know what to look for until you find the auditor's records from his office. No cleaning crew allowed in here out of work hours. Keep your head down.
Understood. Good evening.
Good evening, miss. I'm sorry, but the cleaning crew is not allowed down here.
Are you John Smith?
Smith? No, my name is Peter McCalland.
Peter McCalland. I see, okay.
I don't think we even have a John Smith here. What is this about?
This is the archive room, yes?
Yes? Who are you?
I was told to find the archive room and speak to the guard. I thought the name was different.
Yeah, well, I'm on this post tonight. Now, what is this about?
Are you always on this post?
Yes, I'm always on this post. Every Monday, the archive room is mine.
And you weren't told I was coming? I was led to believe that you had been informed.
No, apparently. Maybe if you would tell me who you are and what you're doing here, we can find out if I can let you into the archive or not.
I'm an intern up in central auditing. I need to fetch some files for the internal accounting guys.
What is your name?
Yulia.
And who is your boss?
The guy who sent me is called Phil. I don't remember his last name. I'm pretty new.
Yeah, no kidding. And who the hell is Phil? Listen, I can't let you in here based on that. Tell this Phil bloke to call down himself if he needs something.
What is your employer's policy on stealing from your clients?
What? How do you know about that?
All I want is to have a quick look at some files. Nothing so dangerous or scary, yes?
All right. You can go through.
Thank you. And don't go raising any alarms now, or our little secret will get out. This place is big. What am I looking for?
Find the cabinet mentioned in the auditor's records and look for the correct drawer.
stops raining before my shift ends.
Castle, Whisper has the paper files. We are heading to the server room.
Understood, Condor.
These accountants make too much money.
Security is thirsty work. Glad I'm not outside in that shit. Almost done for the night.
You're trespassing. Please leave immediately.
Hope it stops raining before my shift ends. Security is thirsty work.
Hope it stops raining before my shift ends.
Glad I'm not outside in that shit.
We had a bomb scare yesterday.
I heard. What was that about?
We had the Met everywhere for over an hour. All the bankers outside in the rain.
Who calls in a bomb threat in Canary Wharf half a year after the Docklands?
Some desperate spy who lost his pension savings on bad investments.
I can almost sympathize.
Server room looks clear.
Great, plug me in and we'll see if this decryption key is good. Castle, we have everything we came for. Preparing to exfiltrate the location.
Good work. Be careful on your way out.
Almost done for the night.
Had to be done.
Until the police arrives. Someone down!
It'll be over in a moment.
Okay, you're not allowed to be here. I'm engaged.
Security is thirsty work. Moving to investigate.
Welcome back. There was a lot of solid intel in the files you sent us from London.
We were particularly intrigued by the frequent mention of a group called Adrastea. They seem to be involved in a very diverse range of transactions. We spent the last couple of days digging up any and all mention of Adrastea in the databases we have access to. But very little comes up. It seems elements within CIA and the former KGB know of them. But this is hard to explain. But it feels like parts of those files have been removed. The few files that mention the group have peculiar holes in them.
So whoever they are, they're our main suspect now.
The pattern had been very well obfuscated, but each of the payments into the money laundering scheme appears to coincide with a leak.
Adrastea is selling classified information to third parties.
Presumably. For now, our primary goal is to find the who and the where. The how and the why comes later.
We'll keep digging and let you know once we uncover something actionable.
Kozlova, a word before you leave.
Yes, sir?
You left very little for the authorities to go on in London. Safeguards inspectors are under the impression it must have been an inside job.
I'm glad to hear it. We did our best to keep a low profile.
This kind of approach is precisely why I chose to put you and Mr. Symborski in the field. Until we know who our adversary is, we must take great care not to tip our hand. If you keep this up, they'll never see us coming.
Thank you, sir. Will that be all?
Absolutely. Don't hesitate to come to me if you have any further questions. Coming up with a convincing pretext for you is not a simple matter.
I'm not surprised to hear you say that.
Mr. Mansour is easy. Put him in a suit, give him the sort of title that makes eyelids heavy. Asset manager, for instance. But you don't look like you belong anywhere important.
I don't mean to be flippant, Mr. Great, but you should have seen me when my hair was spiky.
Yes, well, we appreciate your effort to tone it down. Now, what are you here to see me about?
Do we have any information at all on Andrastea?
Sarah's team is digging through the archives now and pulling on our contacts within the CIA and the FSB. The only hit we've had so far has been a brief mention buried in a top-secret CIA report from the early 80s.
So it's some kind of Cold War thing?
It could have been around for longer. It's difficult to say. The report was mainly financial and contained no further information about our targets.
So what was Absalom's role in all this?
It looks like he got set up. He was following the money trail from the drug trade, and somebody wanted to stop him.
But then, why did the authorities kill him?
All the Danes knew was that he was spying for a foreign power inside the seat of their government, and he was armed and dangerous. They were trying to bring him in for questioning. Based on what you brought back, it seemed somebody made Absalom believe it was a hit squad coming to kill him. When they came, he panicked and started shooting.
It's hard to accept that a man died because of a misunderstanding.
That's the cost of clandestine operations. You have to keep secrets even from the people who are on your side. Sometimes that gets you in trouble.
I'll start preparing for the next operation.
This may be our first shot at Andrastea. Let's make sure it won't be our last.
Sounds like Umberto got a match. Miss Kozlova?
You seem a little terse today.
That wasn't my intention.
Is there a problem?
I shouldn't say. It's not my place.
I have very little patience for obtuseness. If something is wrong, I would prefer you to tell me.
All right. You've killed more people by now than the leaks we're investigating.
Could that be true?
7 deaths we've connected to our case. You've killed more than that.
You're right.
I wasn't there. I don't know what it's like to make decisions under such pressure. But please, for your own sake if nothing else, try to pace yourself in the future. So many lives must weigh a lot on a conscience.
It's sort of dilemma. Surviving witnesses are a danger to all of us.
Just keep it in mind.
Hey, I wasn't here to watch your last operation, but I've been told you kicked all sorts of ass. I'm sorry if this sounds ignorant, but I was just wondering.
Go on, ask.
I used to do Taekwondo, and I was really into martial arts for a while. I've never seen a lady beat a guy in a fight.
Well, it's a pretty simple equation. In a fair fight, a good big guy will beat a good small guy. That leaves me 2 options. I can either be better, or I can make sure it's not a fair fight.
Which one is it?
When things go according to plan. Both.
And when they don't?
Knife to the heart or carotid artery.
Oh.
I've been listening to your wire, mostly Josiah's phone calls, and I've discovered something, disconcerting.
Do tell.
Did you know we're not sanctioned?
What do you mean?
Kingbridge does not have official sanction from the highest echelons of the CIA or FSB.
But we do have support from both agencies.
Not from people with any authority to create this kind of program. In fact, it kind of sounds like nobody has authority to establish something like Kingbridge.
Then we better hope the higher-ups don't find out.
That's putting it mildly. We'd be thrown before the FISA court at the very least. At worst, they'll install us permanently in the CIA's nearest black site.
Or left to rot in some prison in Siberia.
All of us here. We're committing treason, just by associating with each other.
I should talk to Josiah about this.
Better not. He'll want to know how you've heard about it.
Any progress with Alexandra?
She's got a boyfriend.
Ouch.
She's out of my league anyway.
Hey, how was Berlin?
It was, interesting.
It sounded like it would be a milk run.
It did, didn't it? Let's just say things didn't go according to plan. We got what we came for, though.
We?
Yep, I made some new friends. I'll introduce you to them sometime.
So enigmatic.
How about you? I heard you pulled quite the heist in London.
It all went off without a hitch.
How was it to work with Martin?
He's got my back. Why?
He just seems a bit, full of himself.
I haven't really noticed.
Maybe he's only like that around me.
Иосия не капал вам на мозги насчет тех убитых?
Нет, его куда больше беспокоило, не осталось ли после нас улик. Ну и, как говорится, покойник ничего не расскажет.
Хорошо. Значит, Иосия на своем месте. Не поймите меня превратно, мы не в восторге от того, что приходится кого-то убивать. Но успех задания превыше всего. В подобных операциях зеваки то и дело оказываются в неудачном месте в неудачное время.
Выходит, гибель невинных не должна меня беспокоить?
Невинность – понятие относительное, так что оставим этот вопрос философам. Лично я просто рад видеть, что вы не боитесь сделать все, что необходимо для выполнения задания.
А вы думали, я не решусь спустить курок?
В свое время мне доводилось знать пару матерых киллеров. И вы на них совсем не похожи.
У меня тоже вполне стальные сиськи.
Нет, я вовсе не об этом. Просто вы, как бы это сказать, не испорчены.
А без испорченности никак?
Можно и без нее, но мне кажется, она помогает.
The information you uncovered in London has led us to Richard Baxter, a somewhat mysterious and particularly well-connected banker. He's officially employed by Catalyst, but apparently he's never set foot in their building, and his name appears almost nowhere in their files. When he does appear, it's usually in private correspondence. And these missives make it pretty clear that he is, in fact, the man controlling the whole money laundering outfit.
So he is the source of the leaks. He is getting agents killed when they get too close to his operation?
There's only one way to find out. find him and ask him. Unfortunately, he's a very difficult man to find. In fact, one rather gets the impression that he has extensive experience with tradecraft.
He's a spy?
Based on the way he covers his tracks, almost certainly. Fortunately, Mr. Zabulka is better at finding people than Mr. Baxter is at not being found.
Huh. You found him, Radko.
He turned up in Poland. I'm pretty well connected in that neighborhood. A lot of people who owe me a favor.
Indeed. Mr. Zabulka's connections alerted us that Baxter is attending a party in Warsaw, thrown by a Bulgarian drug lord named Viselin Vadkov. The party's on the 7th, and that may be the only window we'll have for quite some time.
Who else is on the guest list?
31 people, mainly Poles and Russians, with a few Germans and Brits bringing the international touch. Most with connections to organized crime.
We've managed to get an invitation by leaning on a low-ranking member of Vatkov's network. Mansour still has an old CIA identity by the name of Nasir Patel, who we've revived for this operation.
Is that safe?
Nazir is clean. He had nothing to do with the thing in Mexico.
Mr. Patel is a Pakistani black market financier looking to establish a connection into Europe. He'll be accompanied by a Russian call girl named Yulia Seletsnyova.
My cover is a prostitute.
The guest list doesn't leave us much room to be creative. Every woman there has been hired for the occasion. It's that kind of party.
I understand this may feel denigrating.
It's fine. Whatever gets us inside with the fewest questions asked.
Good. Kozlova, you're on point for this one. While Mr. Mansour will provide the distraction, Mansour's call sign is Lancet. The objective is to identify Richard Baxter, isolate him, and interrogate him.
Our information indicates that Mr. Baxter will stay the night. So you'll be arriving well after dinner, when many of the guests have left. This narrows down the possibilities.
Do we have any idea how this man looks?
Unfortunately not. Mr. Baxter is a very enigmatic person.
Really? We have nothing on him.
Someone at the party must know who he is, considering he appears on the guest list as Richard Baxter. Who knows? Maybe he'll simply introduce himself.
Who'll be canvassing the guest then? Me or Katya?
You'll both have to work the room.
I assume resistance will be pretty low?
Vatkov is in organized crime, and these people don't tend to skimp on security. Worse, if you get caught, they're not simply going to arrest you.
Yes, I got a good preview in Mexico of what happens. But I can't show up for the party wearing Kevlar and thigh holster.
We've procured a very pretty dress for the occasion.
Вы что, издеваетесь?
Come on, Kat, it'll be just like in the movies.
All right, let's go to Poland.
Your plane leaves tonight. Good luck to all of you.
You may not feel it, but you look fantastic in that dress.
Sarah has good taste in fashion, I admit. But these heels are killing me.
Maybe if you tried not walking like you're wearing combat boots.
It's not exactly fair that if you want to dress fancy as hell, you can still run without breaking your ankles.
All right, guys, get your game faces on. What the hell kind of music is this for a black tie party?
Welcome to Eastern Europe.
Hey!
Черт побери.
What's wrong?
I know that woman, and she knows me.
That's impossible. We background checked everyone.
Well, we fucked it up. That's Ksenia Roshkova. She's former Black Sickle.
Are you sure? That'd be a hell of a coincidence.
I have no idea what she's doing here, but she can blow my cover.
You'd better not let her ID you then.
I'll try to stay out of her way. Keep an eye on her. Let me know what she's up to.
Итак, пустота, оставшаяся после Караджича, затронула наш бизнес в Сербии. За это я бы и сам пристрелил ублюдка. Ерунда. Пустила так не нашли, но ускользнуть он не мог. И откуда тебе знать? Твое дело заботиться о моей руке. И не перебивать, когда я говорю.
Почему ты позволяешь ему так с тобой разговаривать?
Ты, видно, тут недавно. Да, явно новенькая. Если будешь перечить клиентам, ничего хорошего не жди.
А Ричард Бакстер здесь, не знаешь?
Хочешь поменять клиента прямо в разгар вечеринки? Дорогуша, да ты вообще понимаешь, что делаешь?
Мой клиент велел мне кое с кем познакомиться.
Забавно. Ладно, вон он, там, в зимнем саду, болтает с господином Ватковым. Удачи.
Спасибо. И если твой клиент вдруг тебя утомит, просто скажи. Я научу его уважению.
Да ладно.
Lancet, whisper as I deed the target.
I'll be right there. Mr. Vatkov, here you are. Am I too late for the game?
I don't think we've been introduced.
Of course, sorry. Lived too long in the States. Pick up a certain disregard for protocol. I'm Nazir Patel.
Oh yes, Mr. Patel. The poker game, right?
At your convenience, of course. I don't want to interrupt anything important.
Now is as good a time as any. If you'll excuse me, my friend.
Will you permit me to join you?
Perhaps later, if the first few hands go well.
Ah, indeed. Good luck.
Mr. Baxter, isn't it?
In the market for a new client? I'm not interested.
I'm just looking for conversation.
Well, pardon me for hurting your feelings, but I prefer more well-educated company. Not that education abounds in this environment.
Mr. Baxter?
Please, find somebody else to pester. I'm not in the mood.
Sounds like you got shot down.
The honey trap angle won't work. We need to find a way to lean on this guy.
Listen, make another round of the party, see if someone can offer you an in with Baxter. I'll take a look around the network. Maybe I can get you something to use against him.
Did you lose your date?
He's off talking business with the boys. Grown-up stuff, not something a little girl like me would understand.
Is that so? Experience has taught me never to underestimate women like you.
That is wise. But please, don't tell my date this advice. I prefer to be underestimated.
Please pardon my lack of manners. I'm Christopher. Very nice to meet you.
Yulia. Likewise.
And what is your date's name, if I may be so direct? I haven't seen him in these circles before.
Mr. Patel is a businessman from America. Import-export, he says.
I've noticed you taking an interest in the English banker, Richard Baxter.
Are you affiliated?
We've had dealings. You're after his money?
I was considering it.
Maybe I can help you out with that. But I need something in return.
Sounds like we're heading into dangerous territory. I love it.
Our host has a very special room in the basement, where he keeps some computers. I've been told there are certain files on those computers that pertain to me and my business.
What business might that be?
I'm a broker of sorts.
I'm not a computer person. How can I find your files?
All I need is for you to plug this into one of the computers. My associate will take it from there.
And in return?
I will convince Mr. Baxter to meet you upstairs, in the guest suite.
I will see what I can do.
Great. I'll meet you in the Winter Garden when you're done.
You must think you're some sort of con artist.
Better than prostitute. I'll do what he asked. Hopefully he'll come through for us.
I guess I'm more one to hark back.
Mr. Vatkov has asked me to wait for him upstairs.
The northern wind is brisk this time of year.
What?
Get lost, girl. You're not fooling anyone.
Хотя, если я вдруг узнаю, что кто-то проговорился, этому человеку придется срочно приводить свои дела в порядок.
Here we go. That cop has a passphrase for people he invites upstairs. The challenge is, the northern wind is brisk this time of year. Respond, but winter's bite is colder still.
Zostajesz po pracy na drinka? Jeśli ten dupek spojrzy na mnie jeszcze raz. Czysto.
But winter's bite is colder still.
So you get a big man to bite, huh? I hope his wife never finds out what really happens at these parties. The guest suite is on the right. Don't stray into family rooms, or we will fuck you up. Understood?
All right.
Этот готов.
Wow. This reminds me of my room when I lived with my parents. Just a lot bigger.
Czy oni nigdy nie zmienią muzyki? Remember, stay out of the family rooms.
Ładniutka jesteś. Tylko trzymaj buzię na kłódkę i nic złego się nie stanie.
Wow, would you look at this? The Preachers. This must be their base of operations.
Who are they?
Have you been living under a rock? They're infamous black hats.
Why would Vatkov run a hacker group? That seems a little out of character.
I don't know. Plug me in and let's see if we can find out. It's Agnieszka, Vatkov's daughter. Sounds like she's the leader of the Preachers.
I guess we should turn her in.
They've been stealing a lot of people's money, but she's only 17 years old. These guys are just kids.
We could simply upload these files to the Polish police.
Or I could upload it to Wintermute, the old group I used to run with in SF. She's clearly a bright girl, but I mean, her dad is a drug lord. Maybe she just needs better role models.
I'll leave it up to you, Martin. You understand the situation better than I do.
I've found the info for one of Vatkov's main accounts. I think I have an idea for how we can use this against Baxter.
Glad to see I was right about you.
I held up my end of the deal.
My associate is already working on Vatkov's files.
And Baxter?
He agreed to meet you upstairs in the guest suite. I'll let him know it's time. And he let the guards know you're with him.
Thank you.
Dial up the charm, Yulia. You'll need it.
I don't know what foolhardy errand Christopher made you run, or what he promised you in return, but I think you've been had, my girl.
I just wanted some alone time with you, and he delivered.
Yes, and I'm sure you've had great luck bedazzling many men before me. But put simply, I bat for the other team.
I think we're not on the same page, Mr. Baxter. You seem to have misunderstood the situation. You've been funneling drug money from Vatkov and several other men at this party, through investment accounts in Catalyst, then through an array of shell corporations. What I want to know is where the money trail ends.
Who sent you?
Worry less about that and more about what I will do to make you talk.
There are armed guards right outside this door. Don't do anything stupid.
Those guards are going to be a bigger problem for you than for me once Vaseline Vatkov finds that 20 million zloty have been transferred from his bank account to yours.
What? Impossible.
Condor, please print Mr. Baxter's bank statement.
How did you do this? Who the hell sent you?
I told you not to worry about that. Who or what is Adrastea?
I'm just the middleman. I provide a service.
Somehow I doubt that.
Look, it's all in this notebook. I've recorded all transfers and account numbers relating to Vatkov's investments. It'll tell you everything you need to know.
Thank you. Let's get you out of here.
The extraction team is standing by. Just leave him there.
Welcome back, and congratulations on your third successful operation.
Congrats on surviving so far, you mean?
How the hell did you not manage to ID Ksenia?
The sister of a member of a defunct Russian extremist group, now working as a call girl. We should have caught it, and I'm sorry we didn't. But you must admit, this was a particularly tricky one.
We don't know that she would have blown your cover if she'd spotted you.
She would have, trust me.
Because you killed her brother?
What?
Yes, because of that.
You'll have to tell that story at some point.
Baxter's black book should keep the analysts occupied for a few weeks.
Scotland Yard was quite surprised when we delivered Baxter to them. They should have no trouble getting a conviction with the evidence you got in London.
Killing Baxter wouldn't have stopped the leaks. We need his boss.
You're right. And that's why I'm very happy with how little evidence you left behind in Warsaw. We don't want our target to know we're coming.
There's no substitute for the element of surprise.
Will that be all, sir?
While the analysis department chews through Baxter's book, we should all prepare for the next operation. As always, don't hesitate to see me if you have any concerns about the mission or our operations. How are you holding up?
I'm doing okay, all things considered.
Handling the pressure all right?
It's rough, but I'm very well trained.
I want you to know, you have nothing to prove to me. If you have any problems...
How's the mission going?
It's going well, thanks to you and Symborski. The analysis department is working on Baxter's book, and I expect we'll have our next confirmed lead within a few weeks.
Do we know who set up the dead drop?
I do apologize for missing Senya Roshkova. I don't want you to think I'm dodging responsibility.
Whatever. Everything worked out.
I just want you to know
Madam, I'm sorry to interrupt, but something is wrong.
What is it, Vladimir?
The database server is down. The file server too. I think they all are.
Crashed?
No power. There must be an electrical fault in the server room.
I can't believe it. It will take at least a day to get an electrician out here and through the security process.
Well, good luck with that.
If the servers will be down for the rest of the day...
Oh, you might as well take the afternoon off. Hopefully things will be up and running again by tomorrow.
Hey, good you're here.
What's up?
I found something interesting in the Preacher's files. It looks like they've hacked Baxter. I dug out some Adrastea chatter about a group or project within the CIA's Special Activities Division, codenamed Tantalus. The data is kind of vague, unfortunately. It sounds like Adrastea's operatives weren't entirely clear themselves on the nature of Tantalus. Sarah did a little bit of asking around, but we came up empty-handed. It must be some black ops thing, and it all seems a little sinister.
What makes you say that?
Well, in Adrastea's communications, they refer to Tantalus as a threat to their continued operations, but also as a possible opportunity. It's kind of freaky that Adrastea might have a reason to see an opportunity for themselves in an SAD Black Ops project, don't you think?
Doesn't sound like something we can do anything about.
For now, we can't be sure it's relevant to our mission. We should keep an eye out for further data related to Tantalus, if nothing else, just to rule it out.
Do you regret turning the Preachers in to the police?
Nah, it was the right thing to do. Hacking just for a laugh is one thing, but stealing people's pension savings and college funds, it's messed up. Hopefully those kids will get a reasonable punishment and manage to put their skills to better use in the future.
Back to red?
Black is such a serious color.
This isn't your natural hair, though, is it?
This is nobody's natural hair color, but it suits me better than blonde.
About that woman in Warsaw. You killed her brother. What's the story behind that?
I'd rather not talk about it.
Why not?
I don't want it to change the way you look at me.
Katya, in the short amount of time we've worked together, you've bumped off so many people you look like some Amazon goddess of death.
Mikhail Rashkov was the ringleader of the violent core of Black Sickle. I fell in love with him and got pulled into that group too. But in the end, I betrayed them and helped the FSB bring them down. After the raid, Mikhail got out on bail. I guess his family pulled some strings. Then he came to my home to kill the snitch.
Shit.
He brought a gun and shot me. Then I stabbed him with a kitchen knife.
That sounds pretty badass.
I assure you it was not. It was frantic and terrifying, and it was over in a minute.
Right. I'm sorry that happened to you.
I lived. He died. Definitely my worst breakup so far.
Что там?
Ничего.
Do you have any raisins?
God damn it.
No? Then how about a date?
Please, just stop.
I saw a smile.
I'm going back for my kid's birthday next Thursday. Gray signed off on it? Yeah. Kid's been going on about this quaint game for months.
Finally hit your score at the range last night.
Хочу вам кое-что показать.
Новая игрушка?
Не игрушка. Что угодно, но точно не игрушка. Признаться, я втайне надеюсь, что она вам не понравится. Впрочем, решайте сами.
И что это?
Газовые гранаты «Новичок-7». Нервно-паралитические.
Боже мой, Радко, где вы это взяли?
Советское наследие. От одного давнего приятеля из ГРУ. Он готов был продать тому, кто предложит больше. Я решил, что этим кто-то станем мы. Взял у него целый ящик.
Я так полагаю, действие летальное.
О да, это жуткие штуковины. Запрещены Женевским протоколом и кучей других договоров. В апреле, когда войдет в силу конвенция о запрете химического оружия, незаконным станет не только их производство, но и хранение.
Похоже, это весьма надежный способ тихого убийства.
Именно. Действует так быстро, что никто не успеет позвать на помощь. Мгновенно вызывает непроизвольное сокращение всех мышц и полный паралич. Легкие и сердце прекращают работать, и человек умирает.
Это, наверное, очень мучительно.
Думаю, да. Кошмарный способ лишать людей жизни. Так что пусть лучше они хранятся тут, чем у моего приятеля. Я рад, что они не попадут в руки каких-нибудь отморозков.
As you know, we've identified our next target. I'll let Sarah explain.
I'll keep it short. Baxter's Black Book contains several mentions of an American tech corporation called Cerulean Communication Systems.
I know those guys. They made my router.
In addition to making Martin's router, Cerulean has a very lucrative contract with the Department of Defense. Of course, the purpose of the government project is highly classified. But Baxter seems to have had no small amount of knowledge of it. According to Baxter's notes, Cerulean is developing some sort of system for the NSA. And Adrastea has somehow managed to infiltrate the development team.
No shit? We're on honest-to-God counterintelligence duty now?
Let the woman finish, Mr. Symborski.
It's fine. We still don't know who Adrastea are or what they want. But Baxter has been directing funds to an agent named Magpie with the purpose of penetrating Cerulean. By cross-referencing his notes with the records from London, we've identified Magpie as Wen Ji, a former MI6 officer out of Hong Kong. She most recently entered the US through SFO, using an American alias, Michelle Chow.
Wow, good job.
I have a good team.
So Wen Ji is our next target?
Correct. As Sarah says, we don't know what Adrastea's plans are. But if they've compromised an NSA project, they have access to some very dangerous infrastructure. I'm sure Martin can attest to that.
You don't know the half of it. The NSA is working on some incredibly scary things.
What are our objectives?
First, secure a meeting with Elizabeth Alex, the CTO of the company. She has privileged access to all Cerulean projects. She will be able to help us locate Wen Shi.
Call her secretary and book a meeting.
Mrs. Alex has a very high security clearance, and therefore all her meetings are subject to extensive background checks. With our limited resources, it's unlikely we could provide a legend that would hold up to that kind of scrutiny.
Do we have anything on her that we can use as pressure points?
No, she's completely clean. We'll have to be a bit more crude than that.
Wave my gun in her face until she gives us what we want. Got it. Tell us about Cerulean's offices.
Cerulean operates out of a high-tech office building in Palo Alto, California, in the heart of Silicon Valley. The building has 4 floors and houses all of the company's US operations. Research, development, administration, customer service, and so on.
What's security like?
Physical security is provided by Safeguard, whom you're familiar with from London.
Fortunately, you left very little evidence in London, so Safeguard thinks it was an inside job. Therefore, they have not increased security at any of their sites.
Is there any option for a low-profile entry?
Yulia Selechnyova, your identity from Warsaw, now has a U.S. Social Security number and has graduated from call girl to IT quality assurance.
We thought you might appreciate not having to memorize a new legend.
Tell the receptionist you have a job interview with their QA lead. Martin will run interference to support your cover. And if you pull it off right, you'll be able to walk right in past security. Once you're inside, you'll have free reign of floors 1 through 3. Unfortunately, your objective is on the 4th floor, so you'll need to proceed with caution.
Let's get going.
Good. It's a 12-hour flight, so you'll have plenty of time to go over the details on the plane. Good luck to both of you.
I'm at the front entrance. Are we ready?
I have you on the tracker. Network access is green. Yep, we're ready.
How do you want to play this?
Your cover should get you past the receptionist. I'll support you if she puts up a fuss.
Good evening, ma'am. How can I help you?
I'm here for a job interview. Senior Quality Assurance Engineer?
Sure. May I ask who booked the appointment for you?
What do you mean? I just got a call asking me to show up at this time and place for my interview.
Of course. Sorry. And who gave you the call?
Your Quality Assurance lead. It was the same person who put up the job post, I think.
Do you remember the name?
Chris Judd.
Mr. Judd is already clocked out for the day. Are you sure you have the right time?
Well, now I'm starting to wonder. Could you call his office and see if he's really left?
Of course. Who shall I say it is?
Yulia Seleznyova.
Hold on, please.
Judd speaking.
Oh, hello, Mr. Judd.
What's up?
I have a Yulia Seleznyova here to see you for a job interview.
Oh, for this stupid quarterly report. Send her up, please.
Of course. Thank you. Sorry about the confusion, Miss Zeleznova. You can go right up now.
No problem at all.
Castle Whispers past security. We'll proceed to main objective.
We have a target of opportunity for you. A third party has asked us to acquire a particular piece of software from Cerulean's research department.
A third party?
A foreign intelligence service, an allied one. Their offer is very generous, but it's your call. The program is called MetaMapper.
We'll keep an eye out.
I think I heard something.
So many cubicles.
It's like a glimpse into what my life could have been.
You wouldn't last a month in a place like this.
I'd be fired after a week for cracking their service out of boredom.
Nothing personal.
lost to these damn cubicles.
Castle, we have secured the MetaMapper program.
Well done. Now you can focus on the main objective.
Hello? Who are you?
Good evening, Mrs. Alex. I hope you can help me with some questions.
I don't remember scheduling any appointments this late.
I don't need an appointment. I have a gun.
What? How did you get past the guards?
Very quietly.
What is this about? If you're trying to scare me, you'll have no success.
I'm not here to hurt you. I just need a few answers from you, then I'll be going again.
I'll sound the alarm.
Go ahead. I won't stop you.
Good evening, Miss Alex.
Security?
I'm afraid not. I think it's best if you do as my friend tells you.
Who are you?
Do you think you and I can have a civilized conversation? Your company has a contract with the NSA.
Yes.
What are you developing?
I don't know.
Don't test me, Elizabeth.
It's just a data processing project. Listen, Spectrum is a whole different kettle of fish. It's isolated from our consumer services division, with joint oversight from the NSA and the board of directors. My people are working on algorithms for rapid processing of very large volumes of data. But I don't know what they're being used for.
Who knows?
There's another facility somewhere. I'm not involved.
Venshi. Ever heard of her?
What? No. I haven't.
Michelle Chow?
Yes. Ms. Chow works at the other facility. I've met her at meetings about Spectrum. She's a communication intelligence consultant, I think.
Where can I find Miss Chow?
What are you going to do?
We're going to have a quiet, friendly chat. Same as you and I are having right now.
Chow works in the other part of the building. Spectrum division.
All right. Get me access to Spectrum.
I'm not leaving empty-handed.
I'm not authorized to give anybody access. Security over there is on another level. If they catch you in there, they'll shoot to kill.
I'll deal with security. Just get me in there.
It's just a keypad. Here, I have a note with today's code.
Good. Thank you.
What now?
You're going to take a nap.
What?
Are you saying what I'm saying?
Who the hell are these guys? They look military.
Mercenaries.
Castle, they got military security over here. We're not equipped for this. Please advise.
Hang on, Condor. Continue mission.
Please repeat. You want us to take these guys on?
Continue the mission, Condor.
Sorry, Kat. Hey, I've got your back, all right?
All right. I had no choice. I'm getting good at this.
Don't move. Hands above your head.
You're a woman. I didn't expect that.
A common sentiment.
You're Whisper, aren't you? The one who's been hunting us. The one who made Baxter disappear in Warsaw?
That's right. And you're Michelle Chow. Or do you prefer Van Shi?
Are you here to kill me?
I haven't made up my mind yet. I guess it depends on how hard you make me work for the information I need.
You want Gishan.
I want whoever's at the top.
We're all that's left, he and I. I can't give him up.
I didn't bring any carrot, Van. My only option is the stick. I'd like to avoid a mess, but it's up to you.
You'll have to kill me. I'll never give you Gishan. I owe him that.
Then we start with your kneecaps and work our way up from there.
Shit, that was fast. What now? Do we wait for her to wake up?
No use. She was clearly serious about protecting Gishan. I'm plugging you into her laptop. See what you can find.
Welcome back.
Next time you want to take on mercenaries, perhaps you should send an army.
Settle down. I'm as surprised as you are. We had no indication of military security anywhere on the premises.
Who were those guys? Do you even know?
KS Global, short for Königstein, or Kingstone Global Solutions. Established in Germany in the late 1980s, now wholly owned by the multinational private defense conglomerate, Silurus Group.
That's some serious security for a bunch of software developers.
There's some indication that Wenji arranged for KS Global to get the security contract for Spectrum. But it's justifiable, given the national security nature of Spectrum's work.
Is it possible that Adrastea has some connection to KS?
It would appear so. But we've no knowledge yet of what this connection might be.
I can't really fault you for making a mess, seeing as how KS Global gave you a very nasty surprise. It is unfortunate, however, as this may well come back to bite us in the ass.
I know you took a great risk letting Wenji go. And I know it was a difficult decision. You did the right thing, though. She was no threat anymore. And we can't just go around executing people.
She saw my face. She's a huge danger to us now. Not to mention the damage she can still do to the Spectrum project.
We've made sure the FBI in Cerulean's direction are aware that Xi has other allegiances. She'll have no option other than to leave the United States as soon as possible.
Sarah's team will immediately get to work on the files from Wenxi's laptop. This Gishan character must be the source of our leaks, and Miss Xi seems to have been very close to him. We're in the home stretch now. I'm certain of that. You'd better prepare well for the next operation. When we find Gishan, we must be ready to act fast. We only get one shot at this. The next mission may be our last. If Gishan really is the source of the leaks, our mission ends as soon as we render him to the CIA. Do you feel prepared?
If I can take on mercenaries, I can deal with this guy.
I'm proud of what you and Martin have become. You're the best field operatives I've ever worked with. But be careful. Overconfidence is the spy killer.
Martin? You must really be impressed with us. First name basis with a chief.
Must have been a slip of the tongue. I wouldn't read too much into it.
So what happens when the leak is plugged?
Kingbridge is dissolved. We all go back to our day jobs. You to FSB, Sarah to SIS, Symborski to NSA, Mansour and I to CIA. New assignments? Somewhere else.
Sounds good. I've had enough mortal danger for a while.
I think we could all use a little breather after this.
Do you think he knows we're after him?
I'm sure he knows somebody is after him. We've left enough evidence of our activities that anybody who's paying attention would know that. All the more reason to act soon and decisively.
If he does know of us, what can he do with that information?
That all depends on how much he knows. If all he knows is he's being chased, he could try to go to ground. But at this point, that would probably not make a difference. If he knows who you are or how we operate, he could set up security accordingly. You handled KS Global well in California, but I'd not like to try those odds again. If he knows everything, well, let's hope he doesn't.
I better get on with the preparations.
Right. I should get back to work as well.
Did Vladimir?
You did well in California. It's just the loss of human life. But I guess we've been over this. Is there anything I can help you with?
Do we know who Gishan is?
Not with complete certainty. I did some digging while you were dealing with US Customs, and I think I've got a pretty good idea of where to look. But I can't be sure until I get through the files from Wenji's laptop.
What about her, then? She? What's her role in all this?
As far as Martin tells me, it appears that she was compromising the security of the Spectrum project, sneaking backdoors into the program, as he puts it. What for, we can only guess.
And what is your guess?
Personal profit, I would assume. Spectrum has potential to become a very powerful system, and any rogue agent with access to it would essentially have a license to print money.
You think she's just a thief?
She might have a greater goal in mind. There's no way to know.
I'm not sure I understand how we got from a British financier laundering drug money for the mafia to a Chinese hacker putting holes in an American civilian system.
Whoever Gishan is, he's the key to it all. Baxter and Xi both work for him. Baxter's activities fund Xi's operation. The only thing we don't know is what Gishan was hoping to gain from Spectrum.
So, what do you make of Spectrum?
It's impressive stuff.
Morally speaking, I mean.
I'm not surprised the NSA is funding a project like that. The alphabet agencies are very worried about recent developments in data security and encryption.
Shouldn't they be supporting better data security?
Any data not under their control is potential enemy communication. Listen, 2 years ago, we got a law in the US called the Communications Assistance for Law Enforcement Act. This was after a long, hard fight about whether encryption should be legal, the crypto wars. Now, organizations like the Electronic Frontiers Foundation won that fight, and the law states that telecom companies do not have to help the government decrypt their customers' data. As you saw in California, though, the NSA doesn't give a shit. They went ahead and started sabotaging everyone's security anyway. Projects like Spectrum is the comment side of that, but they use humans too.
They have operatives inside communication corporations?
I probably shouldn't be telling an FSB officer about that.
You know you can trust me. I have no loyalty to FSB.
Well, I guess you have access to more dangerous information already. So yes, software companies and open source organizations have been infiltrated by the NSA. Mass surveillance and supercomputer decryption can only get you so far. What you really want is a backdoor into every available security protocol.
You had access to these projects?
Uh-huh.
This is insane. If the NSA is sneaking backdoors into security systems, those backdoors will be available to anyone. Not just Russian or Chinese intelligence, but scammers and con artists and gangsters.
Any security flaw becomes endemic. You can't design a piece of software to be completely and utterly secure except for this one little shortcut you've left for yourself. Encryption is either 100% secure or 0% secure. The NSA and groups like it have sabotaged the basic foundations of the World Wide Web.
This is infuriating. Why aren't you angry?
I am angry. I just don't know what to do about it.
Oh, you're back. How are you?
I'm good. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. I just had to burn an acid on my last op. Somebody I trusted. Somebody who trusted me.
That's harsh. I hope I never have to do that.
Yeah. You know, I just can't figure you out.
What is that supposed to mean?
Finally got around to reading your file. But it doesn't make any sense. Your political affiliations are completely counter to government espionage. How the hell did you end up doing this for a living?
If you think you're going to uncover some key fact that explains everything about me and makes my whole life make sense, you'll be disappointed. Nobody is like that.
Come on. Why did you take this job?
If I weren't here, I would probably be testing circuit boards in some lab. And there's nothing wrong with that. But once you've put your life on the line for something really important, it's hard to go back.
You're sure this outfit is worth risking your life for? Seems to me we're basically janitors cleaning up the spy community's mess.
We're saving lives. People have been killed. We're trying to stop them from killing anyone else. It doesn't get much more black and white in this business.
So, you want to be a hero?
I just want to make a difference.
Mossad approved us to use OFEC 3.
Whoa! How did you manage that? Кстати, а что думаете насчет объединенного урана?
Вы серьезно, Радко? Я шныряю по углам или все же отправляюсь на большую войну?
Да просто появился выход на несколько кусков урана. Через одного типа, с которым я знаком по Ираку.
Это что, непреодолимая тяга барахольщика? Ладно, спрошу иначе. Чем уран лучше обычных пуль?
Он самозаостряющийся и взрывоопасный. То есть против брони ничуть не хуже бронебойных зарядов, а против незащищенных целей работает как экспансивная пуля.
В общем, всем хорош. А безопасен?
Ну, не для цели. То есть, разумеется, длительное обращение может навредить здоровью, но достаточно соблюдать элементарную осторожность, например, задерживать дыхание при ведении огня. И все будет в порядке.
Еще какие-нибудь побочные эффекты, о которых нужно знать?
Он отслеживается. Это главный недостаток. Обычными или бронебойными пулями может стрелять кто угодно. Но если кто-то применяет обедненный уран, список подозреваемых резко сужается.
Мне надо подумать.
Я приберегу его для ваших следующих заданий, если решите, что он пригодится.
We've identified Gishan. Are you all sitting down? Good.
Вы что, издеваетесь?
Meet Christopher Gishan, U.S. Navy SEAL. Almost certainly former CIA, based on the authorization codes his Navy records were buried under. Completely off the grid for the past 20 years.
Christopher, the guy who helped us in Warsaw?
That's him. He was right under our nose. We could have grabbed him at the party.
Yes, if we had known then what we know now. But that knowledge was hard-earned.
If he was working with Baxter, why would he help Katya corner him?
You said it yourself. He thought I was just some hustler. He knew Baxter was gay, and he thought I was just a honeypot.
Do we have his location?
Yes. Gishan is an incredibly hard target, but we managed it. We've tracked him to a safe house in Paris.
Gishan's hideout demonstrates a certain sense of the dramatic. He's using an old estate abandoned when its Jewish owners fled the Nazis. We've had eyes on it for the past 2 weeks, and we've confirmed that it's still active. Gishan has tickets to Paris this weekend. He'll be there. This is actionable intelligence.
I'll grab him.
No, I need you elsewhere.
What could possibly be more important than Gishan?
We can't bet it all on this lead. It's not a question of importance. Your skill set is more suited for another operation. Katya and Martin will handle Paris.
Gishan sounds like he's a very dangerous person.
Gishan has received the best training the U.S. government can provide, and he is highly experienced. Do not attempt to neutralize him yourself. Find him, identify him, and hold him there until our extraction team arrives.
What extraction team?
We've worked out a deal with a team of French contractors, former BFST.
Can we trust them?
Their leader is Frédéric Bousson. I fought with him in Vietnam. I trust him with my life.
Why not just send Bisson's team in to get Gishan?
I trust Bousson, but I trust you more. I want a positive ID before we send in the extraction team. Your objectives are simple, but remember what's at stake. Check on the local assets, then carefully move in and search the premises for Gishan. Once you have an ID, we'll send in the team to extract you both.
And on the off chance he's not there?
Secure all intel at the site and exfiltrate with Martin.
Is Gishan going to be alone?
It's not possible to predict what sort of resistance he'll meet, so we're taking all necessary precautions. One major concern is that Gishan seems to be on KS Global's payroll, but we don't know what for.
The mercenaries from California. Makes sense. Not an uncommon career path for a man with his training and experience. And it explains why Van G got them the security contract for Cerulean.
Precisely my line of thinking. Problem being, he may have his own security detail from KS Global. We won't know until he disembarks in Paris.
I guess there's little to gain from a low-profile entry.
If any bystanders see you sneaking around with a gun and a combat vest and call the police, we'll have to abort. We simply cannot risk the gendarmes showing up with their sirens blaring and scaring Gishan away. If you dress down, you'll have nothing to fear as long as you're outside the mansion. But of course, the lack of protection could be a problem if you meet resistance inside.
This is a big one then. Better get ready.
Your flight leaves tomorrow. We'll re-establish contact once you're on site. As always, good luck to you all.
Happy New Year.
That's not my call sign.
I'm in position. Streets clear. No sign of trouble.
Ace, the cops are keeping out civilians. They bought the gas thing. And the fireworks will cover up any gunfire. You should check with the support teams before you enter the mansion. The surveillance team is set up across the street. They answer to Scepter. The extraction team is holding position at a sewer entrance down by the canal. Their code name is Sabot.
I'll do the rounds.
Cool. Oh, and Happy New Year to you too.
Oh, get a room, you two.
Pardon?
Team Scepter, I presume.
Ah, we were wondering when you'd show up.
Any recent activity in the area?
It's been very quiet in there. We haven't picked up anybody in or out for 2 days.
Do you think the target is not in there?
I can't say for sure.
There is only one way to find out.
All right, leave it to me. Keep an eye out for trouble.
Of course.
Mademoiselle Kozlova, Josiah didn't mention you are so beautiful.
Don't give me that French shit. And it's whisper, please.
Of course, forgive me.
And you're Sabot.
Précisément. We are all set up here. According to the, how you say, municipal schematics, this door leads into the basement of the mansion.
Could I take this path?
It is blocked, unfortunately. We will use C2 to breach the door when your handler gives the signal. This way we can get to the target as soon as you have positive ID.
Thank you. Good luck.
I think you will be needing that more than us.
Both support teams report all clear and good to go. Want to get on with it?
Castle, the support teams are standing by and Whisper is ready to go.
Understood. You have a green light from us. Remember what's at stake here, team. Don't take any chances. Good luck.
I'm inside the mansion.
How's it look?
There's nobody here. It's all empty.
Is that good?
No, probably not.
What's that? What? with.
I think this is Grishan's safe room, but there's nobody here.
Shit, I don't like this.
I'll take a look around. You left his computer here.
Better than nothing. Plug me in and let's see what's on it. Castle, I'm uploading Gishan's hard drive to you. Whisper had no contact. It seems the target has ditched us. Castle?
Stand by, Condor.
What the hell?
Condor, we've lost contact to the support teams. Are you seeing anything suspicious on your end?
No. Sabo team, this is Condor. Do you copy? Scepter, this is Condor. Do you read me? I don't know, Castle. They're not responding.
Condor, abort! Abort! Get the hell out of there!
What's going on? Castle?
We're under attack! Repeat, Castle is under attack! Do not return to base! Go to ground and await the...
What? They're killing everyone! We have to get out of here!
We're not safe yet. I don't know. CIA. We gotta try for the metro. It's our only chance. You want to blow it up? All right.
Oh my god, I'm so glad to see you guys again. You have no idea.
How have you been?
Well, I've been running for my life.
You're safe here. This place is secure. We've made sure of it.
What about the others? Is everyone... are they all dead?
We think so.
Nobody could have made it out of there alive.
So it's all over then? We're all that's left.
It's not over. I will not let it end like this.
You have a plan?
We do. Let's go over everything when we're ready to leave.
I know it's none of my business, What the hell did you do to your hair?
You're not the only one who's been on the run for the past couple of months.
So you ditch your hair, but Martin stays exactly the same?
He grew a beard, actually. But he got rid of it yesterday. It's time to stop running.
I guess it's harder to grow your hair out than it is to shave.
We only have 2 beds. Where's Danny sleeping?
They're big beds. You guys can actually share.
I can just sleep on the couch, guys. It's fine. Better than most places I've slept lately. All right. What's the plan?
Step 1, recover what we've lost. Martin?
We need to re-establish our SATCOM access. I believe Josiah had some Black Ops access codes. It's possible they were all removed or revoked during the raid, in which case we'll be flying blind from now on. But if I know Josiah well enough, he had contingencies. If we find the codes, and if they still work, we can secure an overhead platform.
Step 2, the Kingbridge network.
We'll need to download the database from the analysis office so we can restore contact with Kingbridge's network of support assets for one last mission. Which brings us to step 3.
Find and capture Christopher Gishan.
Why? Why go after Gishan? The CIA and FSB want nothing to do with us anymore. That much is clear. Why don't we just cut and run?
If we run now, we'll be running forever. We need to get Gishan so we can end it now, once and for all.
You'll trade him in?
That's right. We hand Gishan over to CIA. At least they'll see we're still cooperative.
If we're lucky, they'll debrief us and allow us to re-enter service.
It may work. But where does that leave you with the FSB?
I have no interest in working for the FSB anymore. My hope is to make a deal for protection with the CIA and then find a better way to make a living.
There's a lot of wishful thinking in this plan.
It's all we've got. If you have a better idea, now is the time to speak up.
I guess we better get ready then.
Good luck to all of us. I'm in. There's nobody here.
Better move quickly. I bet Gishan still has the compound under surveillance.
Josiah's office, analysis, and out. It'll take them at least 30 minutes to get here. No problem.
Don't take any chances. Looks like the old man gave him hell.
Будьте прокляты, мерзавцы. I found Josiah's satellite codes.
Great. Just hook me up to the analysis computers and we can get out of here.
О боги.
Yeah.
All right, you should have access to the database.
Yep, I see it. Thanks. And not a moment too soon. You've got company. KS Global.
What? Already?
They must have had a team on standby.
I'm almost flattered. Do you need me to bring you anything from your office?
We don't have time for that.
Listen, this is the last time we'll be here. I'm grabbing a few things from my desk. Do you want anything from your office?
All right. There's a couple of CDs on my desk labeled Utils and Ghostfeed. Grab those on your way through. That's all I need.
Ghostfeed?
Just something I've been working on.
All right, stay sharp. The target must still be here, and we all know what this lady is capable of.
Don't use the main exit. They've got 2 fire teams up here covering the building.
Then I'll have to get out through the submarine bay.
It looks like they sent a couple of teams in on boats. That could be your ticket out of there.
But it means they'll be patrolling downstairs.
Be careful.
As usual.
Jesus Christ. That CIA team really fucked this place up.
There's some scary sons of bitches, that's for sure.
Who are those guys anyway?
How should I know? That's kind of the point.
Damn it, I recognize this avatar. Wen is active on the network.
So he got her out of jail.
This complicates things a little, but I'll deal with it.
Status report? Dagger is still searching upstairs, but no contact yet. Well, let's make sure she doesn't slip out this way.
What a waste. Покойся с миром.
Pretty nice place they had here.
Wrong place, wrong time. He put up a good fight. It'll be quick. It'll be over in a moment.
Welcome back. I trust everything went off without a hitch since you're both alive?
More or less.
KS Global?
Yeah, they had the compound under observation.
We expected as much. So we're ready to move on Gishan now?
We'll have satellite coverage. We'll have our support assets. This is the best shot we've got.
Do we actually know where he is? We've got all the files from KBE. That means we have the stuff we uploaded from Gishan's laptop in Paris. What if it's not in there?
It's in there.
Well, they haven't found us yet.
It's only a matter of time. Do we have Gishan?
Yes. We're going to a place called Echo Hotel. KS Global is establishing a special operations group. They're being trained out of a compound in the southern Ural Mountains in Russia. The place is a former KGB signal station with the NATO designation EH-16, or Echo Hotel. According to the Paris files, Gishan is working as a special ops consultant for KS Global. I've done some good old-fashioned web-enabled cracking and discovered that Gishan is heading up the training program.
Can we be sure he's still there?
He's there. I've intercepted very recent email correspondence that confirms it.
We should go as soon as possible.
Katya, are you sure you want to do this? I mean, the odds are not good.
I have to agree with the big lug. You'd have to be off your meds to go in there. The work we did for Kingbridge was crazy, but at least we had support. We're on our own now, and you want to raid a mercenary compound in the Ural Mountains?
I'm not going to give up. Not now. I'm going to get Gishan or die trying. Guys, I don't want to do this alone, but if you want to leave, I understand. This is crazy, I know. I just can't let Gishan get away after all this.
If you go, I go.
Yeah. What's the plan?
Martin, can you get Nazir Patel a spot on KS Spec Ops program?
That identity has too much baggage by now. But it's been a while since I last created a legend from scratch. It's about time I brush up on my skills.
Good. We'll need a man on the inside.
We'll give a few days to get situated, then we go. We'll need a diversion to pull the majority of the mercs away, I'm thinking. Something involving a large volume of plastic.
I'll come up with something.
With most of the security gone, I'll slip in and find Gishan. Extracting him will be a challenge, though. Any suggestions?
I'll secure a truck. You'll have to get us across the border.
All right. Danny, you fly out tomorrow. We'll rendezvous in 3 days and bring your documents.
Good luck, man.
Yeah, you too.
That sounds like our signal.
I hope Danny will be all right.
Let's focus on our side of the operation. Are you ready?
I've been ready for an hour. Let's get this show on the road.
I got your back.
Этот готов. It'll be quick. I'm inside the bunker.
So far, so good.
We are at full alert pending an all clear from the response team. Until we confirm that the explosion was benign, I want perimeter checks every 15 minutes.
Wrong place, wrong time. Sorry, my friend.
This is Lansing. I think I'm in the clear. I'm circling back around to regroup with Whisper at Echo Hotel.
Understood, Lancet. Glad to hear you're all right.
Christian's girl is super fine, huh? Contain your yellow fever, dude. She's off limits.
It's not because she's Chinese. You just happen to find smart women attractive.
The last guy who made remarks spent a week in the hole for unbecoming conduct.
Unbecoming of what? This ain't no fucking army.
Let's get it over with. Прости, пожалуйста. Оператив готов. This is it. I have eyes on Gishan.
Yeah, now you just need to get over there without catching a bullet.
Lieutenant Glebov, report to me in the observation room for emergency briefing. And tell your team to ready up. All teams to battle stations. We have an intruder. Go to lockdown and do a full sweep of the compound.
I hope you're religious.
Someone's down!
This'll be quick.
Opening fire!
What a waste.
Christopher,
Don't fucking move.
Good move with the explosion. I had a feeling it might be a distraction, but you can't really afford to not investigate when something blows up. I underestimated you, Kozlova. Diversion or not, I would have never expected you to beat the security of this compound.
Spare me your hollow flattery. You don't get to kill everyone I know and then act like you're my friend.
I didn't kill anyone. I simply pointed the CIA at all the money that was being funneled out of their projects. And they followed that money to Cyprus. They took it from there.
Oh, of course. I'm sorry. You had only the best intentions.
Sarcasm. The Swiss Army knife of coping mechanisms. You were collaborating with a foreign intelligence service without any kind of official sanction. You were renegades.
Well, he's not wrong.
Oh, it was all just a big misunderstanding, huh?
What did you think was going to happen when they found you out? You could be selling their secrets to China for all they knew. Really, the only sane response was to clean house immediately. This is what happened to me 10 years ago. Adrastea was the previous version of Kingbridge. When the USSR collapsed, it was time for an audit in the KGB. They found Adrastea. It was Spetsnaz then. This time it was JSOC. When a spy agency finds something it doesn't understand inside itself, the only available response is to kill everyone involved.
Nobody at Kingbridge had anything to do with that. What happened to you is no kind of excuse for what you did to us.
I owe you no apology. I was protecting myself by destroying the Kingbridge Executive.
You're coming with me, Gishan. We're going to hand you over to the CIA and clear up this misunderstanding.
Hand me over? What good would that do you?
I will not be a fugitive for the rest of my life. We're trading you for redemption.
You want back inside? These are the people who sentenced you to death without even knowing what you'd done, just to cover their own ass. They probably didn't even know your name. You want to be part of that system again?
I'm done with FSB. But Martin and Daniel can get their lives back, and I'll be fine as long as I don't have assassins hunting me.
Listen, I was in your exact situation. You may not believe it, but I'm glad you escaped the raid alive. Kingbridge is no threat to me anymore. That was my only goal. You and I, we're in the same boat now.
Spare me your bullshit.
We're both renegades. Just like me, you're on everybody's hit list now. You can't outrun Tantalus, but you can hide, and I can help you. we can help each other.
My career plans do not include mercenary work.
You could have fooled me. You've been leaving behind a trail of corpses longer than most professional mercenaries can boast of.
I would say there's a difference, but I'm not here to debate ethics with you.
Do you know what Wen was doing at Cerulean? She was establishing a new source of income for us. The leaks you were investigating for Kingbridge were just a band-aid. Spectrum is the cure.
You want to sell innocent people's private lives to highest bidder by the millions? You think that's better than leaking knock identities?
We can control who we sell to and what we sell, but that's just a small part of it. If we have access to Spectrum, we can erase ourselves. We can finally disappear. No more running.
You can do that?
Because you exposed my work, Cerulean did a full security audit and found my back door. But with your help, and more importantly, your hacker friends' help, re-establishing our access should be possible.
And then what? We live as renegades until they either catch us or forget about us.
We'll use our access to hide, but we can do good with it too. We can be watchdogs, providing NGOs and the press with evidence of government crimes, for instance. If you help me, that decision is yours to make, as much as it is mine.
Don't tell me you buy that crap.
You must be Daniel Mansour. My offer extends to you, and Symborski as well.
If you wanted to make the world a better place, you've had 10 years to do it. You've repeatedly put your safety before the lives of others.
I kept Wen, Richard, and myself alive for almost a decade without doing any damage to the CIA. We were running out of resources.
Spare us your excuses. If Baxter is how you end up when you're running, peddling drugs to survive, I want no part of it.
Looks like you helped Daniel find the courage of his convictions. I don't know, though. Gishan is making sense, if we can trust him.
We're all on the same side here.
The intelligence community has turned its back on you. They don't deserve your loyalty.
I was proud of the work I did for the CIA before Kingbridge. Kat, I'm just as tired of the politics and the spy games as you. But that'll only get worse if we make this our life.
I will not spend the rest of my life on the run. We came here to set the record straight, Gishan. And you're how we do that. You're coming with us.
You're making a mistake.
I've got a truck waiting topside.
Why couldn't you just run when you had the chance?
So you came alone. You've got balls, I'll hand you that. We were expecting an ambush.
Yeah, you can call off the snipers.
Not just yet. Is that really Christopher Gishan you've got under there? Well, I'll be damned. Let's get you all on board, huh? I know some men back in Langley who are itching to debrief y'all.
I'll pass.
You sure? I know we don't get many defectors these days, but your profile...
That's the deal. It's been a pleasure, guys.
Are you sure about this?
Surest I've ever been.
What are you gonna do?
I'll figure it out. Something new.
Stay in touch, you hear?
Of course, Martin. Take care of yourself. Keep Danny out of trouble.
Dose with Danya. Don't make us regret letting you go, miss.